elementals. Hope y'all are having a good day today. Starting pretty much right after work this time because I had a busy day yesterday and slept a lot of the day. I wasn't busy. I didn't end up streaming. Make sure we're live. I had a busy day yesterday and slept a lot of the day. I wasn't busy. So, yeah, that looks fine. Audio looks right. What are we doing? I believe we were wrapping up the Conquest in the south and then pushing into these mountains.
Corn dog. Reek.
Chunky boy. Oh crap, yeah, this was, you know what? You can kill yourself. So that was a dude, an AI, skilled guy that go for to death on the red line.
He's a Wolfram!
Mr. Snakebeard. He has lightning strike. So give him some health. Drazoath 2 minutes.
Dwarf.
Let's try. Mr. Karth. Mr. Godfather. The boss. Another one. I don't know, you're kind of running out of stuff to get. Need to figure out what type of army you're gonna run. Well, that'll still get you lightning strikes, so that's fine. And I really did not feel like upgrading near the end of last session. Drazoath 2 minutes. Who are you with? You're with Dwarf. Don't care about loss. Armor's pretty nice. This strength is better. Do that. Mastodon. Yeah, it's the super laser. So I watched the Endgame Crisis stream that Total War did, and it looks so good. I will probably have to do a playthrough as all three factions. Ironically, I played Dwarfs a decent amount in Warhammer 1, but I think vampires were probably my most played in Warhammer 1. Just I loved how you could change the map as them. So Nagash is like, just amazing looking to me. You get to use all the undead. You get to use all the Chaos factions of as Archaon except for Dwarfs, which I'm fine with, because integrating Dwarfs with him would have been weird. So I want to play him. I'm curious to see how those Skaven mechanics, if they are, if Thankful is in its single lord or not. But at the very least, Archaon and Nagash, I want to play. That is all the level ups. How are the armies doing?
Let's get stabby!
You're chilling. Okay, so we can just go here. I think we were pretty much at the end of a turn. We also might have done a quest battle or something. And we kill, yeah, dude over here. Which, well, this place up. What am I doing? I'm crazy. Build it the normal way.
Yes?
Shift. You. Yeah, we were building like a iron curtain over here. I do remember that. Seems to pretty much be in progress. We actually did run out of armaments. I do remember that as well. We are very armament hungry. Our rapid expansion. Oh. You need to go in that other spot, sorry bud. Anything not for money? Sure. Oh, we don't have armaments either. Oh wow, we actually can't send out a thing this turn. Fair play. Alright, I did lose my bookmark where we were on Xenos, so let me find that first before we process. Let's see. Yeah, this was like the scene jump where they didn't tell you they were scene jumping. Alright. Most observatory, said Amos. Was his most frequent expression. He was hunched over, peering down into the casket on the cryogenerator chamber platform. Occasionally, he reached in to tinker with something, or leaned down for a closer look. Gestures such as these made the heavy augmetic eyeglasses stamped to his hooked nose make a soft dialing click as they autofocused. I stood at his shoulder, waiting, looking down at the back of his old, bald head. The skin was liver-spotted and thin, a narrow crescent of white hair edged to the back of his skull. But Amos was my savant, my longest-serving companion. He had come into my service in the first month of my career in the Inquisition, bequeathed to me by Inquisitor harassment, who was by then dying of cerebral worms. Amos was 278 standard years old and had provided his services as a savant to 3 Inquisitors before me. He was alive only thanks to the significant bionic augmentation to his digestive tract, liver, urinary system, hips, and left leg. In absent service, he had been injured by a stub round. Tending him, surgeons found it chronically advanced and previously undiagnosed. Cancer rampant in his abdomen. Had he not been shot, he would have died within weeks. Thanks to the wound, the disease was found excised and his body repaired with plastic ceramite and steel prosthetics. He most referred to the whole ordeal as his lucky suffering and still wore the twisted plug of the stub round that had almost taken and certainly saved his life on a chain around his stringy neck. Amos. He rose stiffly with a whine of bionics and turned to face me, shaking out the floor-length green folds of his embroidered robe. His augmetic eyewear dominated his ancient face. He sometimes reminded me of a curious insect with bulbous eyes and narrow, pinched mouthparts. A codifier of unique design, a series processor, similar in layout to the mind impulse units used by the hallowed Adeptus Mechanicus to govern the linkage between human brain and god machine. Seen such things? I asked, a little taken aback. Once, in my travels, in passing. I do not pretend to have more than a cursory knowledge. I am certain, however, that the Adeptus Mechanicus would be interested in this device. It may be illicit technology or something derived from apparatus stolen from them. Either way, they would impound it. Either way, they're not going to know about it. This is inquisitorial evidence. Quite so, he agreed. There were distracting noises from below us, tomb custodians and technomagi from the cryogenerator brotherhood milled about in the chamber supervising the mammoth and, in my opinion, futile operation to save the sleepers for Sessional 212. The whole tomb teethed with seethed with activity, and the awful screams had not yet died down. I saw Amos watched the work with keen interest, making notes to himself on a data slate up to his wrist. At the age of 42, he had contracted a meme virus. That's kind of funny. That altered his brain function forever, driving him to collect information, any sort of information, whenever he got the chance. He was pathologically compelled to acquire knowledge, a data addict that made him an aggravating, easily sidetracked companion and a perfect savant, as four inquisitors had discovered. Cold bolted steel cylinders, he mused, looking up at the heat exchanges. Is that to provide stress durability and temperature change, or was it fabrication expedient? Also, what is the range of temperature change given? Amos, please. He looked back at me, remembering I was there. The casket. Indeed. My apologies. A series processor. Did I say that? Yes, processing what? Data? I thought that at first, then I considered some mental transference process, but I doubt either now that I've studied it. I pointed down to the casket. What's missing? Oh, you noticed that too. This is most perturbatory. I'm still not certain, of course, but it's something angular, non-standard in shape, and with its own power source. You sure? There are no power inlets designed to couple to it, only power outlets. There's something curious about the plugs. Non-standard mating. It's all non-standard. Xenos? No. Human. Just non-standard, custom-made. Yeah, but what for? Yeah, but what for? Asked Betancourt, climbing up the ladder frame to join us. He looked sour, his unruly black curls framing a dark-skinned, slender face that was usually alive with genial mischief. I need to make further evaluations, Midas, said Amos, hunching back over the casket. Betancourt stared my way. He was as tall as me, but lighter in build. What is this? We have to fight it, though. Other units we care about here. I mean, no, I think I just made you, yeah, I'm fine. His boots, breeches, and tunic were made of soft black leather with red piping, the old uniform of a Galavian pilot hunter, and over that he wore, as always, a short jacket of cerise silk with iridescent embroidery panels. His gloves were gloved, his hands were gloved, and light black hide seemed to wait ominously near the curved grips of the needle pistols holstered on his hips. Took a long time in getting here, I began. They made me take the cutter back to the landing cross at Tomb Point. Said they need the platform here for emergency flights. I had to walk back. Then I saw Dolores. She died well, Betancourt. Maybe. Is that possible? He added. I made no reply. I knew how deep his foul moods could be. I knew he had been in love with Loris Pippin, or at least he decided he was in love with her. I knew things would get difficult for with Betancourt before they got better. Where's this off-worlder, this Eisenhorn?
Kubu ekus klinka watok. Nemis up.
I'm glad you could suicide into my dog. Interesting choice to attack one of my bastions. Yeah, we'll end this reading there. Where is this off-worlder? This Eisenhorn? We have to be careful with that, though.
Touch me again, and you'll have icicles everywhere.
Woman, I will dismantle you. This my peace.
Doomleth. Hasudzibartu.
Wasuzi Bardu.
Belu.
Belu.
Ina. Afanuskul. Afaz harsu plazital. Zishorm.
So hard to see in this part of the map.
Abdar Nuatka.
Leave. Lots of caravan. Yeah. You 92%.
Gunleth.
How's your garrison?
Groma
Good, it's broken, so let's do this. This is the most opportune time to do this. Rather not play it, but we might have to, because we're half full. We lose the artillery. The weird auto, but sure.
De Baragarin. Doomskull Key. Asumor Angas Lock. Makazia Thaumansi.
Moved you over here, yeah. We're here.
Encore.
We were wanting to trade Archeon for this and then betray these guys to solidify the north. Oh. We'll go this way. Where are the other fights? Or did we? Oh, we didn't even get there yet.
Drazoath da Erbetwin.
We can't get there this turn.
Let's waddle.
Drazoath really have to go out in the middle of nowhere. Oof. And then this is... We have to occupy this. Labor Fleet. Hobgoblins. Satan. I think you're bugged. So let's just do Zatan since he's technically the last vanilla legendary lord.
Anotokki Garris.
You're doing it by yourself, though. You've gone. North is done. You're healed. You're not, but you're probably gonna take dummy damage with this. Oh, not even one. Man, you were such a bad army.
Mork says what? You're the boss. When I get there, gonna stand.
The western front is done, northern front is done, our southern front is done, second southern front.
Aksuardugal.
To eventually attack the secondary army.
Arak. Conclav agrivas. Deb Ardugal engaris.
To the Ingress.
Agruatsardu.
This one's a little finicky. I think maybe if we attack him on the outside, that's our best bet. I would rather not have to play it.
Ardugal tak.
Sure. Army like has some blunderby. Pretty much it.
Hasudzibartu. Gumlech. Zibatu ta
I'll
flame.
delay a turn, but I don't feel like
Shastal.
having you annoy me from behind. We did check. Those are the only 3 settlements those Savage Orcs have, so that's good. Now to build the Iron Curtain further. Pretty chunky border. So a little bit of minerals left over. The capital is nearly complete, which is pretty cool. Alive. Big middle, and now it's just final Southlands. Um, Third. Actually, I think I'm safe now. Those will be okay.
A fool and
Let's see if they run away like the cowards they are. They did not. It was orcs and it was a dragon. To take out Legendary Lord in 2 stacks. I accept that trade.
easy to put markers better.
Let me make sure. You're on. Yeah, we're on very, very hard. I'm not sure.
Reek.
She'll have the money to get the replacement dragons, though.
Hafru. Utal bindok and vor.
Oh,
Hagruatsardu.
that's a major blow against, SA.
Ardugaltak.
Oh, do God, talk.
Zishorim.
Zisaru. It's not out.
Hashutsar meta drinkaras. Jogetas.
Robitos.
Dwarf dem let. Krutash hashut.
Robitos Hashid. Convoy. To Valmondsea.
Astomancy Zaraz.
Indeed, is there actually a thing like this?
Necromancy.
Well, buffs the good ogres. 'Cause they're not fodder, right? Yeah, those have brought black orcs. But I guess we don't equip them with thought. Yeah, just take a look.
Abdernu Grutasha Nunku.
Cool. I need to remember to do that first next turn. Alright. Then a manning voice rolled up from the chamber below us. I looked down. A man had entered the cryogenerator chamber, escorted.
Ardogal Anos.
Skull Taker, I do not want to be your friend. Shut up. Escorted by 4 custodians in heat gowns, carrying light poles aloft. He was tall, with pallid skin and graying hair, though his haughty bearing but spoke of self-possession and arrogance. Okay, it's just the garrison. Back up. He wore a decorative ceremonial heat gown of bold yellow. I didn't know who he was, but he looked like trouble to me. Amos and Betancourt were watching him too. Any idea to who this is? Asked Amos. Well, you see, the yellow robes, light poles carried by custodians, symbolizes the return of the sun and thus heat and light. Denotes a high-ranking official of the dormant custodial committee. I got that much myself, I muttered. Oh. Well, his name is Nisame Carpal, and he's Vice Custodian, so you should address him as such. He was born here on Vital 235, 50 standard years ago, the son of a... Enough. I knew we'd get there eventually. I walked to the rail and looked down. I am Eisenhorn. He stared at me, barely contained wrath bulging the veins in his neck. Place him under arrest, he told his men. Chapter 3. Nisame Carpal, the light and endless darkness of the Pontius. I shot one meaningful glance at Betancourt to stay his hand, and then calmly walked past him, slid down the ladder frame and approached Carpal. The custodians closed in around me but at a distance. Aye, custodian, I nodded. He fixed me with a steady but wary glaze and licked spittle off his thin lips. You'll be detained until... No, I replied. I'm an inquisitor of the God Emperor of Mankind, Ordo Xenos. I will cooperate with any investigation you bring. to bear here, fully and completely, but you will not and cannot detain me. Do you understand? And, Inquisitor, do you understand? I repeated. I wasn't using my will at all, not yet. I would if I had to, but I trusted that he would have the sense to listen to me first. He could make things awkward for me, but I could make things intolerable for him. He seemed to soften a little. As I had judged, part of his rage got from shock at this incident, shock that so many planetary nobles in his care had suffered. He was looking for somewhere to pin the blame. Now he had to temper that with the idea that he was dealing with a member of the most feared institution in the Imperium. Thousands are dead, he began, I tremor in his voice. This desecration, the highborn of hubris, violated by a murderer, a follower of darkness, a man who, thanks to me, lies dead, now under a plastic sheet on the upper landing platform. I mourn the great loss hubris has suffered tonight, High Custodian, and I wish I had been able to prevent it. But if I had not been here at all to raise the alarm, well, imagine the tragedy you would be dealing with then. I let that sink in. Not just this processional, but all the hibernation tombs. Who knows what Iclone might have wrought? Who knows what his overall ambition was? Iclone, the recidivist. He did this, High Custodian. You will brief me on the entire event. Let me prepare a report and bring it to you. You may have answers for me, too. I will signal you in a few hours for an appointment to meet. I think you have plenty to deal with right now. We made our way out. Betancourt presented the junior custodians with a formal register of evidence to be stored for my inspection. The list included the casket and the bodies of Iclone and his men. None would be tampered with or even searched until I had looked at them. The gunmen I had subdued in the cryogenerator chamber, the only one left alive, would be incarcerated pending my interrogation. Betancourt made these requirements abundantly clear. We took Pippin with us. Amos was too frail, so Betancourt and I handled the plastic-shrouded form on the gurney. We left Processional 212 by the main vault doors into the biting cold of the constant night and carried Pippin down towards a waiting ice car, taking her through hundreds of rows of corpses the custodians were laying out on the frozen ground. My band and I deployed onto Hubris the moment we arrived. Such was the urgency of our chase. Now it looked like we would remain here for at least a week longer if carpool proved difficult. As we rode the ice car back to the landing cross, I had Amos make arrangements for our stay. During dormant on Hubris, while 99% of the planetary population hibernates, one location remains active. The custodians and the technomagiar weather out the long, bitter darkness in a place called the Sun Dome. 50 kilometers from the vast expanse of the dormant plains where the hibernation tubes stand in rows, the Sun Dome sits like a dark gray blister in the ongoing winter night. It is home to 59,000 people, just a town compared to the great empty cities that slumber beneath the horizon line waiting for thaw to bring their populations back. I stared out at the Sun Dome as the gun cutter swept us towards it through the wind-blown storms of ice. Small red marker lights winked on the surfaces of the dome. From the mast jutting from the apex, Betancourt flew silent, concentrating. He had removed his tight-fitting gloves so that the intricate Flavian circuitry set like zipper inlaid into his palms and fingertips could engage the cutter system directly via his control stick. Amos sat in a rear cabin poring over manuscripts and data slates. The two independent multitask servitors waited for commands in the crew bay. The ship had 5 in all. 2 were limitless combat units slaved directly to the gun pods, and the other, the chief servitor, a high-spec model we called Uslid. He never left his duties in the engine room. Loink, my astropath, slumbered in his chamber, linked to the box and picked systems awaiting summons. Pippin lay shrouded on a cot in her room, and Cor swung the cutter down towards the dome. After an exchange of telemetry, a wide blast shutter opened in the side of the dome. The light that shone out was almost unbearably bright. Oh. Corsairs of Spite. Sorry guys, I didn't see that. Guess it's a good thing I'm engrossed in the story. A wide blast gutter opened in the side of the dome. The light that shone out was almost unbearably bright. Betancourt engaged the cockpit with glare shields and flew us into the landing bay. The inside surface of the vast dome was mirrored, a plasma effect. Sun glow burned high in the roof of the dome, bathing the town in fierce white light. The town itself, spread out beneath us, seemed to be made of glass. We sat down the wide bay. I guess she found a way to the settlement without my... okay. You burnt it? Come on.
Domitasum. Hasut Udial Trinas El Granus.
We sat down on the wide bay, a 20-hectare metal platform that overlooked the town. The surface of the platform gleamed almost white in reflected glare. Heavy, monotest servitors trundled out towards us into a landing silo off the main pad, where pit servitors moved in to attach fuel lines and begin fundamental servicing. Betancourt didn't watch anybody or anything touching the gun cutter. Or didn't want anybody or anything touching the gun cutter, so he ordered Moto and Nilquid, two independent servitors, take over the task and send the locals away. I could hear them moving around the hole, servos whirring, hydraulics hissing, exchanging machine code data bursts with each other, or with Ulsid in the drive chamber. Amos offered to find an accommodation for us in the town itself, but I decided that the landing berth was all that we needed. The gun cutter was large enough to provide ample facilities for our stay. We often spent weeks or months living aboard it. I went to Lowink's small cabin under the cockpit, and roused him. He hadn't been with me long. My previous astropath had been killed trying to translate a warp cipher 6 weeks before. Lowink was a young man, a fleshy, unhealthy bulk hanging from a thin skeletal frame, his body already deteriorating from the demands of a psyker's life. Greasy implant plugs dotted his shaped skull and lined his forearms like short spines. As he came to the door, one of these plugs trailed wires, each marked with parchment labels, which led back to the communications main box above his cradle. Thousands of cables spilled or dangled around his tiny cabin, but he instinctively knew each one did and would set and adjust plugins at a moment's notice. The room reeked of sweat and incense. And sacked was not ideal, but it be what it be. The Lamasu is a wise and crafty beast that makes its lair in the Darklands. The Chaos Dwarfs believe it to be a rare mutation of the great Taurus that is not only acclimated to magic but also lives and breathes the very self of sorcery. Indeed, the Lamasu possesses a minor but potent spellcasting ability. The back wash of which manifests as sorcerous black clouds that curl above the beast every time it breathes. This magical exhalation protects the Lamasu from hostile spells. Furthermore, enemies fighting the Lamasu may often find the smoky threads of sorcery befouling their magic weapons, dampening their power and preventing them from striking the beast to full effect. Lamasu rarely seek to enter battle themselves, at least not as a first resort. Their fall rather convince other beasts to do the dirty work for them. In stark contrast to its breathtakingly ugly appearance, Lamasu possess peculiar and insidious charisma that it uses to further its own agenda. When reinforced by the Lamasu's magical artifice, this can leave the creature's victims befuddled and suggestible in the span of a few short minutes. Great Taurus, wyverns, pegasi, and griffins all are susceptible to the Lamasu's honeyed words and cunning manipulations. Only the most maddened and ferocious of monsters can withstand the Lamasu's voice, and then only out of a red-fogged rage rather than any conscious resistance. Whilst the great Taurus is undoubtedly the king of the plains of Zar, If it only rains because the Llamas is content to let it. As dwarf sorcerers have used Llamas to siege for thousands of years, who's to say whether the mount or the rider that commands the partnership?
Sumazma! Hold him!
No. Are there...
Artugal! Stux! Untrinti! Star! Ismus! Richards! Wahelpan! Aksuardugal! Daktal!
Yeah, we know you're gonna run away because you're a filthy coward. Can't believe you destroyed the mines. I'm so inefficient. I just didn't run away.
Takunkaru!
Still inefficient.
Agruatsardu! Marduardugal sufrayupin!
Right.
Kunafna manuntu! Ulastas! Nahitiwas! Asumor Ankas Lock Durungan Train
Kind of an awkward sequence of settlements.
Drunfen Tabarag Abku Awamrag Dumskulki Dumlet
Dumlet.
Wankara Zibarku Farzarnagron
We don't want the good. These are... What's your description? You're probably good being a divine seeker. I guess it's just a huntress. Yeah, we'll go with you.
Sumazano
Armies are getting a little spread out, which I'm not in love with. I think maybe teleport you down. 'Cause that's enough visibility that we should see them if they come through there.
Adda Ondrin Dabararthun
And then you can get tidal flats and then swim out
Rick Teria
and help with Scalded Delta.
Concrava Grimersu Velu Tabarak
Berekuparab. Okay, that's pretty much the South Delta at this turn. You've moved, you settled. Yeah, she's up there
What?
being
I
silly.
serve. Stab.
Their
What you want?
garrisons are a
Just
little
go.
disgusting.
I'll take him out, boss! What do you want?
This will be the new front. The flip did you get that, Morska? Whatever. Envoy. Teleport. End of turn. Moved. Okay. Let's do go now. I will probably not march into Nurgle's realm. That's really cool, but it's the only unpleasant climate for Chaos Dwarfs. So I might save that invasion for a later date. Pretty. With that, oh, the convoy. Get out of here. But influence. Oh, that's cool, actually. Tier 5 cost influence. It's actually really cool. Out of money. Spend some minerals. Go. Eco done for this turn. Okay, time to do the quest. Well, no. Let's look at it. Or do the quest, let's knock out. Levels. Dalet Castellan.
Samardu el Grargi!
Draghi.
Look once, mate! Drarsum let! Su el Grargi.
Oh.
Dumska.
Hey, you get your tank. Good job, bud. You're finally old enough to drive.
Grimas Kublu.
Alright. That didn't look pretty good. Interesting. It didn't update that. We'll have to get out of that. Let's call it Rebels or something.
Waluma. Les Générales. Indres.
Gonna be a lot of pew-pewing. Oh, I'm silly. I forgot. I knew I forgot something. Oh, that one. This one. Silly me. You hear me, but you couldn't see me. Yeah, this quest battle is pretty straightforward, even though the hardest part is going to be being able to see. Because it is late afternoon where I'm at, so
Izan Tarazgi.
this is it. I might need to change brightness. Yeah, bring it up a little bit. Makes it a little better, but not by much.
Sindabrash Tama. But loose and fair. Margaret.
You can stand up there, buddy.
Brasja. Professor El Gramus.
El Grobus.
Zaki Barak Asha.
Oh,
Rash Kazat Wakus. Tadrash Kazat Domitash. Ut Odion Artugan. Zakuna Andrew. Paturibo Barak. Afisa El Gramus.
turn you off. There it will.
Vai Sartu.
Oh, oops.
Ta legionaras Asgore. Suital Rumler.
problem with this tier game mode is I can only go so far over here. I'll try. Pretty sure this. I was not paying attention to this side. Oops. Like, I deserve that, to be fair. I'm not really confident. And realistically distracted. Texted. I lost one. Yeah, it looks like we lost one thing of Infernal Guard. It's fine. So I was looking at my phone. Sorry about that. Or level 6 Infernal Guard, I hardly knew you. At least I noticed before the Dragoons died. Also, I need to level them up. Or give them the mods. Mods. Mm. So I could give Drazoath another tank. could give him a sniper. Just thinking of what to put in that 20th slot. Now that it's free. Remind me. I think I wanted to take this one.
When a single bead of Hashut's blood drips upon the relic, a deadly broth begins to boil as if in rage, the liquid doubling in volume. Determined to turn this unholy reaction to their own advantage, a coven of demonsmiths start to experiment with the infernal mercury.
Drazoath's pathetic warrior guard was nowhere to be seen when your forces crushed theirs. We did attack Nurgle, but yeah. Nor did Grimnir strike Drazoath down as they claimed his relic for Zarnagron. His puny ancestor is clearly worth nothing, as proof let his tarnished gold bands be paraded through the acrid smoke of your homeland, a trophy to the slaughter, your long-abandoned kin. Well, he made me walk enough for it, that's for sure. What's this? This is Drazoath. Finish you on alert. I need to get the mod to delete all, be able to delete all tiers of armor, because these guys plus the recruit legendary lord does break it a decent amount. What's your usual talisman? Yeah. Get the golden bands of Grimnir. Can't equip any purple armors. Take Armor of Destiny.
Dragon Bezeki! Victras! Trajitu!
Right. Snakebeard.
Karazan Karazan!
Karazan Karazka. We basically made, yeah, we made your army the themed army, so you're your in-game army by and large. You might use a few different artillery pieces, but Drazoath is largely what I want him to be. So Zatan is the next super army to build.
Hashut Sharmi Dadrindaras!
Right.
Thredragima, una ustast arta, erpetu fa ekus gazan.
No, because I think I might want your territory. Major drop off. What? That's so weird. so weird that one track has actual audio to it. That one audio track. Or voices, whatever you want to say. Did it? What is this? Whatever it is, I won. Weird. Well, I guess I'm never running that one. Hope y'all had a good day. Mine was pretty good. I had a productive day yesterday, at least. That's part of why I didn't stream. A homework day. Also, Ball is dead. Is that not who I was fighting in the south? Oh no, those are the mid-mountain guys I killed last turn, okay. That shit is hegemon, interesting. Where is this? Oh, this is way far away from me. I do eventually want to start taking ports, but we're not there yet. This is your awkward turn. Can you get back to Skull Purvis?
Orula.
Might be a little far.
Ascultat. Takuasta Eldramus.
Okay, that's good at least.
Tatak Barat Grint.
Yeah, you just won your battle.
Dumlet. Nawaden.
Yeah, go waddle.
Bezek Angfa. Velu Tabara.
So close to having the south completely under our domain. See you. March over there, you go there. And then one of you sweep down to take that. One of you sweep down to take that. Oh, well, that may not be helping my case. Why does it do the line thing? No.
Endren Colis Krung. Duk. Krutz.
Drazoath is back in our territory now, at least. I'm heavily considering just using both of these guys to wipe out the River Dolgan. Please don't let it be Skaven. Gotta make it complicated if it is. Oh. I think we said use this for the drill. You can reload if not. Worst comes to worst.
A second relic bound with a demon to power the furnaces of the colossal drill. Yet, unknown to the demon smiths, the hidden runes of the artifact pull the beards of dwarves hundreds of leagues away.
Let them go.
Word spreads across the Karaz Angkor on its way to Everpeak. One clan, eager to enact vengeance, musters its warriors.
Only one clan, those are rookie numbers. The blazing core of the world awaits, with the runic tablet of Pugni powering the great drill that always are one step closer to breaking through the planes of reality. Into the heart of mighty Hashut's abode, sorcerer prophets are beside themselves. The thought of all the magma they may find and arcane evils that will no doubt ensue. God's sakes. We want 2 more. We want the Hammer of Spendir for ourselves. And we want the Focalums and Morgrim for ourselves. And then, that's the absolutely busted one. Is this one? Runic Braces of Scavor. Just a general all good buff. But we might be able to take that one out with a Lesser Lord. pick the labor. But, she's really just kind of chilling there. Maybe she's waiting for reinforcements.
Yeah. Huh? I will not betray my faith. Yes, boss. Stab. No, no.
Wow, you can take care of Hungor by yourself, not bad.
Boss. Move it. I'll take him out, boss.
Immediately a level 5 settlement. Chaos Dwarves are balanced. Like they said on that development stream today, Total War is by and large a power fantasy game at the end of the day. Alright, done texting.
What you want?
Don't have anything. I'm sure Kislev doesn't want peace anymore, right?
Chieftain of the Deep Water.
Or who?
Beneath
But
me.
they will accept peace. Who are you at war with? Me and Chaos.
In the names of Ursun,
Everybody.
Salyak, Daj and Tor. My people are grateful.
Hopefully I didn't do that too early. I think I got all the territory I want from them, right? Over here, yeah, we took all their mountain territories, except for there, but that's so far past our zone of influence right now. We have to take the orc territories before we do that. That actually makes us at peace over here for now. Just way too nice. Or take 2 blunder by, just so you're at 20. It'll help your auto too.
Marink!
The I need to do an eco turn.
Doomless! Dugidash! Kashut Anad! Mardu Ardugal Sufrei! Aksuardugal!
Suardo.
Yanunku!
Samantida Nunku.
Abdanuan!
You were really just a nobody faction. You're not allied to anybody. But somehow you have Grimgore.
Avanardugal! Domitasum! Abgud! Dumthaumancy!
And Wurzag. How in the world did you get so many legendary lords?
Kasutzima!
Wasutzimandu.
Kasutregidre!
Oh, looks like they're already about to attack me anyways over here. I was whooping up my bastion.
Now
Fruit. Sure. Consume salt. Alright, it's done. South is done. North is in transit this turn. Who needs to level up? Earth doesn't have any followers.
Yes, boss.
Lock!
I don't really know what
Abderlu
you
Grutas
want me to
Anunku!
switch. You're still hot garbage. Interesting, you don't get the hobgoblin buff thing, so you're just a worse hobgoblin
You're
lord.
the boss.
Interesting.
Gormanunku.
Gormanunku.
Dibnin Makaz.
Try this. Make it a little lower. If the audio is too hot or too quiet, let me know, guys. I'm still tweaking that for streams.
Dale, Castellan. Rajidu. Tangaras and Garazhar.
Garazko.
Sul Unjar.
Righty. Minerals. We don't have money though. Oh, we have money. Great. We ordered dinner. What's a smart idea?
Okresu Uzmingol. Resugi Tantadrashtazad.
I don't want to be your friend, Scarbrand. Food is so expensive. Alright, where were we? Master, he said. His mouth was a wet pink slit and had one lazy half-witted eye that gave him a superior air, quite belying his actual timidity. Please send a message for me, Lowink. To the Regal. I quit, and the Regal, the rogue trader we had employed to convey the gun cutter and ourselves to Hubris. This vessel waited us in orbit now, ready to provide further warp passage. Give Trademaster Galquin my respects and tell him that we are staying for now. He could be on his way, there is no point in him waiting. We could be here for a week or more. The usual form, polite. Tell him I thank him for his service and hope we meet again. Lowink nodded. I will do it at once. Then I'd like to perform some other tasks. Contact the main Astropathicus Enclave here on Hubris and request a full transcript of off-world traffic for the past 6 weeks. Also, any record of unlicensed traffic individuals using their own astropaths. Whatever they can make available. And a little threat. That it is an Inquisitor requiring this data wouldn't hurt. They don't want to find themselves caught up in a major inquisition, or withholding information. He nodded again. Will you be requiring an auto-seance? Not yet, but I will eventually. I will give you time to prepare. Will that be all, Master? I turned to go. Yes, Lowink. Master, he paused. Is it true that the female Vibin is dead? Yes, Lowink. I thought it was quiet. He closed the door. Comment wasn't as callous as it sounded. I knew what he meant. Although my own psychic abilities were nascent and undeveloped next to his, Roar's Vibin was a latent psyker, and while she had been with us, there had been a constant background sound, almost subliminal, broadcast unconsciously by her young, eager mind. I found Betancourt outside, standing in the shadow of one of the gun cutter's stubby wings. He was gazing at the ground, smoking a low leaf, too. I didn't approve of narcotics, but I let it go. He cleaned himself up these past few years. When I first met him, he'd been an obscure user. Darn bright place, he muttered, wincing out an abominable glare. Typical overreaction. They have 11 months of pitch dark, so they light their habitat to an excessive degree. Do they have a night cycle? I don't believe so. No wonder they're so messed up. Extreme light, extreme dark, extreme mindsets. Their body clocks and natural rhythms must be all over the place. I nodded. Outside, I had begun to be disarmed by the notion that the night was never going to end. Now I had the same feeling about this constant noon. In his brief, Amos had said the world was called Hubris because of, after spending 70 standard years getting there, aboard their Ark fleet, the original colonists had found the surveys had been incorrect. Instead of enjoying a regular orbit, the world they had selected pursued this extreme pattern of darkness and night. It settled anyways, co-opting the cryogenerational methods that had got them here as a part of their culture. A mistake, in my view. But I wasn't here to offer a cultural critique. Notice anything? I asked Betancourt. Made a casual gesture around the landing platform. They don't get many visitors in this season. Trade's all but dead. The world's on takeover. Which is why the Cyclone thought it vulnerable. Yes, most of the ships here are local. Trans-atmospheric. Some are for the custodian's use, the others are simply berthed up over dormant. I made 3 non-locals aside from us. I make 3 non-locals aside from us. 2 trader launches and a private cutter. Ask around, see if you can find out who they belong to and what their business is. Sure thing. Cyclone's Penance. The one you shot down, did it come from here? He took a suck on his narc tube and shook his head. Either came from orbit or from some private location. Only picked up its transmissions to iClone. I'll ask to see those. But could it have come from orbit? iClone may have a starship up there. Don't worry. Already thought to look. If there was one, it's gone, and it made no signals. I'd like to know how that bastard got here, and how he was intending to leave again. I'll find that out, said Betancourt, roughing the tube stub under his heel. He meant it. What about Vibin? He asked. Do you know what her wishes were? Never mentioned anything to me. Do you want her remains sent back to Tornith for burial? You'd do that? If that is what she wanted. Is it? I don't know, Eisenhorn. She never told me either. Take a look through her effects, see if she has any testament or instructions. Can you do that? I'd like to do that, he said.
Wata Endrini.
Wata Endrini. Who to my war with? A lot of random factions. Those 2 requests. Let's look. Chaos Dwarf.
No way!
Great Hag is the...
Ridiculous.
Dwarfs spite. Attacked Chaos for some reason.
Ardugaltok. Tastaura kahashut. Pagrundranan har.
Grimgor disappeared. Clicks to suck.
One rank awatu. Udiol Vendri.
Eric.
Rina's Kazak.
Rather not auto that way. I don't think that's close enough, but we'll try. Oh, hi, Grimgor. Pay me no mind.
Jerumnan Dreng. Sister Ardugal.
Just leaves the archers, I'll take that.
Barakazida Gornfau.
Because
Not doing it.
I believe that is your last settlement.
Rotterdam.
Oh, you're in single digits though, that's good.
In your stut. Fella.
Oh wow, you actually don't want peace, okay.
It cannot be done.
You have the 3 colony settlements.
Wananbaras.
Should check the active faction.
Why?
They're at 0, but I guess if they're in a raiding camp, they don't lose. Which is interesting. Looks like he wasn't able to recruit orcs particularly well.
Anfa Agrimazu. Ulastas. Nahitiwas.
March down
Habru. Ara. Takumkaru. Ukubelu Askaba.
there.
Subjugatas. Makazia Thaumansi. Dromadrazu.
Not moved.
Rikas. Unbak bezek anfa. Deb ardura.
Marching down the coast we go. That's done. He's marching there. Marching down. Taking the better coast. We just gotta figure out where we want you boys to be. Honestly, you are... Sure, apparently you can't recruit that anymore. You are such a bad army, I don't really want to take you into another war right now. Gosh, that's a pretty amazing rail network. Interesting. We can get all the way over there. Oh. You will be from that side. You will be you are here. From there.
Ishul Hashut.
You will be from there.
Ashut Demarch Tadak Bartagi. Bailmansir.
Oh,
Bestarison.
wanted to put you there, but it was kind of hard to find it. He's fine. Chaos.
Yes, good. Greetings.
Trade me.
Basement pleases me.
Believe it's Dark Citadel. Or the Trials of Hushut. Still minus 90. Okay, we need to buff up Trials of Hushut then. Or back to the hills. we looking now, Chaos?
The fates agree. Yes, bow before he who wields the Slayer of Kings.
You now accept it. For then we will give me multiple, right? No. And you'll give me $170,000. Sure.
Dominance.
Gosh, your economy must be insane. Oh. Okay, it is a level 5 Dark Fortress for you, actually. I get that. More importantly, the Northern Plain, or Northern Plateau, to make my map painting look better. Cool. Alright, they've teleported. You haven't done anything.
Who's the Na'azatergi? Whose praise are Skulls!
We'll let you go get a beast. It's your turn. But you're gonna be the sad. So I'm assuming you have to colonize everything, correct? Gonna have to take these mountains even though I don't really want to. Teleport, colonize. What are you doing? Going down the river. Whatever. I already did this. I guess I can do this quicker. Anybody not moved yet? Waste of space. I don't want your rating right now, though.
Just go.
So... I'm just gonna take more of them. You get to defend the western reaches. Even though the auto-resolves will do better than you do in general. So for those of you that this might be your first stream, I'm majorly building up my western side. One, because of the Empire and their Millennium mod, and two, because I have all the crises turned on. So when things explode, they're gonna majorly explode. It'll be fun. be slightly dampened because I do have the recruit defeated legendary lords on, but he's fine. Oh my goodness, you have a lot of unique buildings. Okay, remove those. See me delete something for seemingly random purpose, it is because I like my settlements built a certain way. But they shift position more often than not, which annoys me. The main city is, by and large, almost finished. Occasionally that will be an upgrade we miss. But still worth it to click back through it every now and again. Not all of our money, that's just placed in the wrong spot. Delete. Yeah,
Rick!
painful part, but to do, or it'll take you longer to catch up. Mostly thoughtless, but the legendary lord, or the lords do matter.
Dwarfdom let.
And we'll go to the restroom for this turn process. Sorry for that spam noise. Looking pretty good. Be right back.
Anchangers tatok symbol. Benta baki fata listrokugal.
I'm really excited for the Nagash DLC though. It's a lot of fun. Like a lot of fun. And they showcased the new devastation mechanic on stream today. It drastically changes the map look, which I'm a huge fan of. But when I do plan on catching up on my shorts this weekend, it's going to provide me an interesting experiment because I'm going to see if I can do two and release one on Saturday, one on Sunday, and see if they can independently grow or if they'll cannibalize each other's views. I think it'll be a good experiment to know for the future. If I had to guess with how narrow of a topic it is, I would think it would be that, but maybe not. Also, for streams in general, I will be focusing on this campaign for the next couple weeks because this campaign's about to be big ol' broken. So yeah, let's see. The Gash DLC comes out a month from now. And we've made tons of progress on this campaign, but I presume it's going to be irrevocably broken via mods once that comes out. I'll be surprised if the old world is even playable in the first, week. A huge change. Alrighty. So you can't see where he is because he's a punk. Oof, 76%. What's that? That's my food. The naval boats are filled. I want to make sure they're accepting new labor as well.
Doomskullki. Askulta. Frinas Kazak. De Baragarink. Asumor Angas Lock. Gomleth. Zishorim. He's a grip.
Interesting, so you can't get it this turn. Fair enough. Does feel wrong. Like, Nakai must have stomped on through beer or something. That has a big dose. That does feel weird. And Lizardmen in the Realm of Chaos. Their name not being Oxyotl. So. Moved caravan. I'm just gonna take a peek because that was what I thought. A little bit annoying.
Doomleth.
Installation of Ascorth looks so cool. Okay, you're going up there to deal with the Grimgore buddy. Stay there because you're worthless. All of you have teleported. You're a convoy. Ironically, for the size of our empire, we're actually kind of thin on armies. Okay, we do need to pop down a hard save here, let's do eco first. You, I knew we forgot something there. I'll delete you. pretty boring stuff, but we got to make the numbers go burr. This is the way. A unique one there. Why not? Oh, Pokemon. Demonic Rebirth. Works for me for when I accidentally blow up my own Kadai. That's my feet off. Looking pretty good. Is she even going to be able to attack anything this turn? Actually, yes. Nice. Chaos Dwarf Rebels. Be great if you actually took that down. Okay, hard save. Just in case it works different than in my testing. Hey, Argaon, you don't hate this tribe, right?
You have come to
Thanks,
swear fealty.
I won't feel a thing, which is a pity. Let's get stabby!
I don't know where your army is if you have one, but you have about... Here's one. You have about 3 turns until you're exterminated.
Ital and Dringi! Kubelu Faskand!
We never decided what we wanted his 20th to be. Oops, the daisy.
Takals matabulong. Talesimeras kronet kazad. Kaspinta kazid.
What time was that? But it's funny that I renamed him that.
Dies hashut ancor. Ra kubeluta angron.
You're the first speaker of Hashut. Godfather, yeah. Well, it's gonna be a quick war. I am tempted, after I kill the orcs, to go to war with Russia for their second set of mountain holds, because that would open up Hellpit, which is just an amazing place aesthetically. Very condensed amount of settlements. But once the ways off. Drops off. Hoofs of Woe. Hidden Horde is the capital. Ideally, if I can chain one-turn settlements, that would be ideally, that would be ideal. Yep. Good words. Oh, don't have the money. That's on me. Anybody want to give me monies?
Clan Rictus Supreme.
Preferably not the rats.
Cools. Smoky, dark lands makes for Smoky the godman.
Arcan's probably not gonna allow me to do that. So you were war then. It's fine.
Makazia Faumansi. Ut Fashard Marzu Samitash Castellan.
Stop.
Gold Dog.
Gold Duck. No relation to the Pokemon.
Hazutsar Meta Drinkara.
Drazoath. Doing with you. Making a bit more punchy.
Hasat Rune.
As I breathe.
Cinderbraj. Izan Domidash.
He's on Domidash.
Tagorn Bezeki. Arbu.
That's nice.
Nabetia Zapergi.
Yeah.
Drastaumansi Zaraz! Dumblet. Aula de Fasma! Narbetas Azataki! Sensus Torque! Hashut Sharmita Dringaras!
Tringaras.
Izantak ezus agash, una agash quin ama ardugal. Uno uz antalilu mafaek. Vomitasum, nagrund un ardugale.
Alrighty. Time's almost done processing. Thanks for sticking with it. I was scarfing down some food. See if the Northerners made any move. Probably not. Let me do the stuff. If I can click through all that. That usually I don't have any money for. The start of the turn. Oh wow, we actually have to use our 9 stack. Send you somewhere to get lots of experience. What could go wrong? Go trade with Black Crag. Wish I could shift click this. Sorry for the spam noise. Shift click does not seem to do anything. How is the Chaos Invasion going? Are you getting counter invaded? No, you just kind of have a... You're about to be counter invaded. Okay. Well, let's take that buff away from the Empire. Warriors of Chaos, am I nerfing you? No, you're just default. Oof. That's cool, they're getting like battleship looking things. And to be fair, you do have a decided hold on Corone. It's just the Empire has pushed you out of their northern lands.
Drazoath. Drazoath. Barikaza.
Vampiric. It is walled.
Ital andrengi.
That is one thing that I'm pretty sure is bugged, is what can build siege units and what can't. It's actually a pretty weak garrison. Also frustrated just with how the AI is. I move this guy, he will probably attack me, not the settlement that spawned him.
Boss,
Which be a little silly.
Let's get stabby!
I don't care.
Now?
That's Skull Road, guys. It's happening. It's happening.
Ishtak Arta, Drumtalos.
I think take this turn and then send him that there. And iron through the birds are tough.
Nay, thou Manzikir. Anuva Anak. And Kazid.
Speaking of not having money to do stuff.
Takagio. Fahasut.
Oh yeah. I should probably start recruiting some of you.
Is Udio Arduar Famataugi.
That was a Hashut one. A metal one.
Draftum let. Wari must die.
To be honest, I forgot this mod was enabled because I don't think the teleport aspect of it works. But since we've already basically won our economy, might as well start investing into it as well. You are
Draftum let.
metal. Foot, so we need fire and
Fatadaru.
What is that? It's just upkeep, nice one. Register. Marking gun, iron demon, and artillery. Yeah, I'll keep that. That's insane.
Dwarf them let. Anku fata drastja.
And I'll cap it at not many sorcerers going around, and they'll just slowly spread out with underway network. Keep some form of self-balance. And sanity, frankly.
Dumfaumas. Subjugatas. Afanusco. Con Anka. Hasudzibartu.
Ashuribartu.
Dakata Elgramus.
I already took Bitter Bay, maybe not.
Unbak bezek Anfa. Kupelu Askar Mingol. Akru. Akruasardu. Afula
We'll be a
Dokta
big bunk on the map. And give us a fair amount of visibility, I think, too.
Teriat. Unbak bezek Angfa. Pagrundranan har.
Yep. They have all the mountains like we thought.
Anoth.
What do I want to give me? Like some machine guns, why not?
Grunazuna Gormanuntu.
We'll kind of slow roll you to the right. Yeah, that is almost definitely a major Skaven faction, so... Chances are we won't be able to immediately declare war with them with one army, but maybe. You've gone, you've gone, you've gone, you've gone, you're recruiting. You settled. like you went south.
Drazoath, Barikazan!
I don't want to fight that. So they can march up to me. But they so desire. You're worthless.
Tadrathjar Drungital! Dabaratu!
It would be nice to be able to automate this. But the AI not be stupid. Would be nice. Rimas Damaratu. Suno Ankals Lok. Say it every time, but I do love that they gave the Chaos Dwarfs their own language. Oh, you get your super laser mount.
Dwarf Jarri! Rakubeluta Angron! Dales Castellan!
Bear with me. I want to do eco. Economy. Economy. Not enough armaments. Let's go use our minerals instead. is your unique building. Raw material output, yeah, so we need to swap you. Ooh. Maniac. We got down to 500, that's not bad. One more turn, I'll finish up my food and then we'll read again.
Malegenera stroll, wa andomitash ital, in class ecus ancor.
Again, CERN always takes the longest. We'll start reading it though. Change it next turn though. So we're already about halfway through this one. They're under 100 factions now. Not that helps turn processing at all. Should just have more mega factions, but it's cool. It's cool they separated the crises from in-game scenarios for the next update, though. That's very smart. Because some people are gonna whine and complain about how unbalanced the in-game crises are. And other people like me are just like, yes, give me more content that I can play against for my main faction. We'll quick save it for the auto, but we can play this. The Battle of the Northern Plateau. The first Chaos Dwarf aggression against Hordes of Chaos. AKA get off my lawn. Then if it's a snow map, we should be able to see our armies. Ew, why is it green moon? This is bright. Don't love that tree in the middle there, but it be what it be. O Krabus. No, I forgot about one. Oh, well, we didn't pause it to look at the army, but frankly, we probably won't need it. Oh, I left you on fire. Well, it's done. That's a big boy. I believe in you, buddy. Start getting your ammo back. Perfectly balanced. We even have nukes, why can't we? Oh. I missed a unit. Well, I'm not sure you can stay there. Obviously, this is more balanced to face a Millennium army than a Tribal Morskin army. What'd you get hit by? Those were actually pretty cool. Don't hit that 20th unit I keep on forgetting about. Like, obviously the nuke is overpowered, but I am glad that it's a wretched whipper now and not a buildable unit. Eventually, none of the major order factions have declared on me yet. I suppose it makes sense they don't want to open up another front to chaos. Doom the Wolf.
Who's Udior Ardugan?
Foreskin culture is interesting to me, because I'm sure if I learned about it more, maybe it's more one note, but it seems like an interesting in-between of Chaos followers, but not directly warriors of Chaos. So I'm curious the amount of freedom they have there as loose followers of Chaos. Also got more of that fire something. There we go. Alrighty.
No happening. Saumansi Anu.
Almansi Anunku.
Zipatu Taklinkaru. Dum Saumansi. Carly.
It's not a fun army to fight. What's your army looking like? As Everest
Drazoath.
probably autos decently well. We'll see if you need help or not. I want to go to the oil rig, oil rig, oil rig.
Grabzu!
Hey, Malice. Who do you think built that oil rig in the first place, buddy? Did you? I don't think you did, Malice. You stifles.
Dakata Elgramus! Utsardu Arduga! Gorndok!
Gold Duck.
Ara!
I was at their capital. Get wrecked. It's not an easy army to auto against, so the odds will forever be in your favor. Never be in your favor. No enemies over here. Well, plenty of enemies over here. No enemies we're at war with over there. We finished that battle. Invade them. Simple. Nice and tasty. It really feels like rebellions are bugged.
Dogs will.
Legionaras! Ta legionaras bronet kazad! Unmingled!
We have the North. Huzzah. Gonna make things look so much prettier. Let's yoink this. Those rebels, the north is secure. It's a caravan. Colonized caravan. Haven't moved you. As I teleport you south. Both of you are there. Yeah, that's 4 settlements that he's gonna have to handle. So you can start swinging by this way, I think. Oh. Mr. Dwarf, I want you to go to Golfaka, or as close to that as you can get. Oh, no. It's already connected. Okay. Look at there. So you'll push Dragoath, you'll push Dragon's Breath, and you'll push the mountains. A clerk, a army on the north is secured. Though frankly, we will probably declare war on the orcs. There was one super OP effect over here, right? Oh, not the foundry, was it manufactory? Chaos Dwarfians, no. That was foundry, is it not? Oh yeah, yeah, the armor bonus. I think that's what it's like that. This one's Hobgoblin bonus, which doesn't really matter. So let's get you a Recruit Lord. Ignacio.
Gorndok! He's a grip!
Let's see. Your armor is 135. Well, I'd be able to see what your armor is. Also, what is your... Oh, that is your bonus, okay. I could mess around with the crafting segment for a minute. I haven't used that mod yet. Let's see if there are any. A couple. Royal Guard units, okay, I like that you like those.
Dragon Bezeki!
Right. I wanted to compare. I really wish those had English names. They look very cool. Do need a blender by army. Interesting. So they're only at 120. He's up a creed.
Ardugaltak! Wankara zibartu fazarnagrond!
Just gonna look at the unit options right now. Why not? That's a pretty cool looking. So Infernal Gunners. Interesting. Not convoys, that's the wrong button. So this will be good to actually compare to see if gunners are an upgrade. Because these are not an upgrade, these are specialist side grades. and you sacrifice a lot of men to get them. These are also specialist side grades.
Agruatsardu!
Sniper, 2 more, maybe. Snipers at the edge and 6 gunmen in the middle. That leaves 8. And we have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think you train units, right? Yeah. You don't necessarily have to have this guy, but he is fun. Let's see.
Minu?
Decide on the type of artillery I want to try. Not 3 in 1. I could always give a Daemon Barge. Or a Kadai Strider. Oh yeah, what does the Dice of the Stone Sorcerer do? Gives a pretty good aura, right? We'll do 1 days. I'm interested in buffing things. Or unless is there a tank that gives the buff. I think there's one over here, isn't there? Well, I guess we can check. Does Drazoath's special tank give the buff? Tyranny. Makes them very strong. Tend towards it. It's basic. So it's the... Okay, so that does... And give it... Bolt buff. We never upgraded you. Yeah, we just can't... I think it's under the little icon there, so we can't see it. I need more tanks. Kinda like Drazoath being artillery gun line. We make another tank lord, potentially. But that'll help him change the gun line. Anything... More tanks... Interesting, I don't think this one gives Drazoath's buff. What are you? Unit carrier? I don't really care about you then. No, do we? I'll eventually make a train army, but I'm definitely more of a tank person than a train person, I'll be very honest. Yeah, screw it, we'll still make one. One of you. And then we'll teleport. Or teleport him. If we're gonna teleport him, there's a chance we can teleport to another guy. Who... What's the second army we want to fill up? Godfather is fine, which... Screw it. I don't like red being in my line of sight. Makes me see red. So, kill him. You don't lag out. I dare you to declare on me.
I serve.
I almost want to raid you. Not yet. Okay. So, Drazoath's gonna teleport back down.
Dwarf Samardu el Grargi.
Expand the Under Empire.
Dwarf Moving. Is Udiol Arduhal Fama Faugi. Uskal Drafjar.
Ooh, what is this? Buried Corn Battlefield. Well, that's fun. Low potential roadblocks. You're the corn battlefield. Color. They dug too greedily and they dug too deep. believe that is all for. Gotta be careful with this though, because if they are left unattended, I believe they spawn on bad buildings.
Marink!
Alright. Oh. Hail Greases. Push north, my guy. Take the land. That works for me. Because if you take it, I'll eventually be able to take it from you.
Visorum!
Visorum.
Drazoath.
Drazoath.
Dalet Castellan. Corn Dog.
Gold Duck. No relation.
Doc wants me.
You have lightning strikes, it doesn't really matter what you get.
Let's get stabby.
Dalet Castellan. Sabon.
Right. Believe that is all the skill points. Let's do a quick round of eco. I cannot wait to invade Corn's domain. We have so much of the real world to conquer in a month. You delete all this. Roadie. We're still at war with that faction? No. We are not.
Uladrin.
You still have 9 profits or towns left, whatever it's called. What are we trading that we don't understand? Tusks. They are unknown to us, why not? Alright. Economy. Once you get an empire this big, this is definitely the way to go about upgrading stuff. It's less about getting specific territories online, and more about just utilizing your resources every turn. With me randomly deleting stuff, it's in a spot I don't like visually. Sound weird like that. $4,900 left. Making progress. There we go, got under 1,000.
Mr. Stabby!
You must have got wounded or something.
Let's start doing it.
You can go with the others, I guess. Half a second away from deleting you from existence. Just look at our soon-to-be oil rigs. Soon to be ours. Let's read some more Eisenhorn. I was tired by then. I spent another hour with Amos in his cramped data slate-filled room, preparing a report for a carpel. Sent out basic details, reserving anything I felt he didn't need to know. I counted for my actions. I made Amos check them against local law to prepare myself in case Carpel raised a prosecution. I wasn't unduly worried about him, and in truth, I was bulletproof against local legislation. But I wanted to check anyways. And Amalthean prides himself on working within the structures of Imperial society, not above or beyond them, or through them, as monodominant might. I want Carpel and the senior officials of Hubris on my side, helping with my investigation. When my report was complete, I retired to my room. I paused by Vivian's door, went in, and gently placed the Scipio naval pistol between her hands on her chest. Holding the shroud back afterwards, it was hers, it had done its work, deserved to be laid to rest with her. For the first time in 6 years, I did not dream about iClone. I dreamed of a blinding darkness, then a light that refused to go away. There was something dark about the light. Nonsense, I know. That was how it felt. Like a revelation that actually carried something grimmer, more profound truth. There were flashes like lightning around the edges of my dream's horizon. I saw a handsome, blank-eyed male, not blank-eyed like one of iClone's drones, but vacant like an immense, starless distance. He smiled at me. At that time in my life, I had no idea who he was. I went to see Carpel at noon the next day. It was always noon in the Sundome, but this was real noon by the clock. By then, Lowink, Amos, and Betancourt had dredged up new information for me. I shaved and dressed in black linen with high boots and a formal jacket of scaled brown hide. I wore my inquisitorial rosette at my throat. I intended to show Carpel I meant business. Amos and I descended from the landing platform superstructure by a caged elevator and found yellow-robed custodians waiting to escort us. Despite the rancid white light all around, they still held ignited light poles, We made short, hard shadows on the dry rockcrete of the concourse as we crossed to an open limousine. It was a massive chrome-grilled beast within its bearing the hubris crest fluttering on its cowling. There were 4 rows of overstuffed leather benches, and behind the center-set driver's cockpit. We hung through the streets on 8 fat wheels. The boulevards were wide and, needless to say, bright. On either hand, glass-fronted buildings rose towards the blazing plasma sun globe high above, like flowers seeking the light. Every 30 meters along every street, chemical lamps on ornate posts strained to add their own light to the brilliance. Traffic was sparse, and there were at most a few thousand pedestrians on the street. I noticed most wore yellow silk sashes, like garlands of yellow flowers decorated every lamppost. The flowers, I asked. From the hydroponics farm on East Dome 7, one of the custodians told me. Signifying? Morning. With a U. Same as the sashes, Amos whispered in confidence. What happened last night is a major tragedy for this world. Yellow is their holy color. I believe that the local religion is a solar belief. The sun as emperor. Common enough. Extreme here, for obvious reasons. The custodial hall was a glass spire. Close to the town center, a solar disk overlaid with the double-headed eagle of the Imperium decorating its upper faces. Nearby was the local chapel of the ecclesiarchy, and several buildings given over to the Imperial Administratum. It amused me to see that they were all built of black stone and virtually windowless. Those Imperial servants stationed here obviously had as little truck as me with the constant light. We drew in under a glass portico and were escorted into the main hall. It was seething with people. Most of the custodians in yellow robes, some local officials and techno-magi, some clerks and servitors. The hall itself was of the scale of an imperial chapel, but raised in a yellow shape. Yellow-stained glass on a frame, black cast iron. Strength 7, wow. Yeah, we can trade. The air was full of golden light shafting down through the glass. The carpet was vast, black, with a sun disk woven into its center. Inquisitor Eisenhorn, declared one of my escorts through a voxhaler. The hall fell silent, and all turned to watch us approach. High Custodian Carpel sat a hovering lifter throne with gilt decorations. A burning chemical light was mounted above the head of the floating chair. He swung in through the parting crowds towards me. High Custodian, I said with a dutiful nod. They are all dead, he informed me. All 12,142. Processional 212 is dead. None survived the trauma. Hubris has my sincere sympathies, High Custodian. The hall exploded in pandemonium, voices screeching and shouting and clamoring. Your sympathies! Your sympathies! Carpel screamed above the roar. A great part of our ruling elite die in one night. We have your sympathies to console us. That is all I can offer, High Custodian. I could feel Amos shivering at my side, making aimless notes on his wrist about custom clothing and language forms, anything to take his mind off of the confrontation. That is hardly good enough, spat a young man nearby. He was a local noble, young and firm enough, but his skin had a dreadful, sweaty pallor, and custodians supported him as he stumbled forward. Who are you? I asked. Varnal Mapel, heir lord to the Dallowin cantons, as if he expected me to fall on my knees in supplication. If he expected me to fall on my knees in supplication, he was in for disappointment. Because of the gravity of this event, we have roused some of our highborn early from their dormancy, Carpel said. Liege Mayville's brother and 2 of his wives died in processional 212. So the pallor was revival sickness. I noticed that 50 or more of the congregation present were similarly wasted and ill. I turned to Maypole. Liege, I repeat, you have my condolences. Oh, nobles versus Inquisition, I wonder who's gonna win.
Abdarnu Tabarak! Arak!
Alright. I don't know what's for that hurt.
Gorthor!
It's fine.
Conclav Agribas! Da Grungron Anha! Awamrak!
Aran,
Waddle!
waddle.
Taida Akrak!
Okay, I need
Out!
some 50 movement range.
Stroll, hurry! Depsulpas Hashut Baseki!
You got that, you got that.
Makazia Faumansi! Ahashut! Azkul Tadum!
Oh, you may not be able to win this one, bud.
Asumor Angas Lock!
What back are you? Clan Pestilence. How big is Clan Pestilence? I'm presume pretty big. Oh, you're actually not that big and you're a nobody. Cool. Allied to nobody, fighting Zinch.
Utan Marzul Israel Taduras! Anfa Agrimazul!
Probably shouldn't do this, but it's fine.
Ut Kazak Bino Demargs! Dolph! Haltaz! Scream!
Oh, did Mouse get over here? I tried to.
Umlet!
Fortunately, my guy was not good for you.
No. Afula Dr. Aftramas!
I get movement back when I win a battle, so
Orgnas bin Lipitasha!
what did you have? Whatever Dark Knights are.
Easy do! Ut Makas
Nom nom nom.
Kasudzibartu! Arma!
Susie Bartu.
Karasta Drajar Brin!
Oh crap, okay. Well, I have to land, so you get one turn of reprieve. I killed your legendary lord. South is done. Settle the mountains more.
Ori Pataki! What the?
Forgot to send you to the beast camp. Oh, there are the armies we spawned. Oof. Some nasty looking armies.
I take stock of your worth. You shall be led into suffering. Girls matagulo.
We need to be Dwarfs.
Izakku. Tiran Baza.
Interesting. Don't know why I had movement, but
Ital Andrengi. Ah, great. Izan Domidash. Arnuwa Arak. System Tafasta. Ista Jesu Drazoath.
oh, you're not connected. Look at that.
Studio Ardua Famataugi. Subjugata.
Nope. We're off target. We're off target.
Ola.
We'll give him his army next turn. Alright. Been streaming for a minute. Probably go for maybe another hour or so. Teleported. Can't teleport.
Star. Moving.
Moved. Yeah, the south is done. Except for you.
Pagrua Sardu. Dark
Interesting choice to be outside your capital.
Unta Bezek Angfa.
It's fine, you can run away with your 3 people left. Still don't get how they can run that far, but sure.
Utal Bindok and Dwarf.
Darkhold, which is a big win. Solarx munitions. Good night. It's insane. This is a high priority protect target.
Aksuan Dugal. Abdar Nuatka.
Teleport to, yeah, I think it's just eco now. South is already done for the turn. Well, we could pack him, but we're waiting for the quest army to figure itself out. We already have a passageway to the Empire should we so choose, but I don't really feel like rushing my war with the Empire. The Dwarves and the Orcs are in the Southern Empire. Probably going to be before that.
Valtok.
Sorry for the spam noise. Yeah, that's not great. Apologies for that. Might just do minimum things next time to avoid that horrible sound.
Roots. Krutash Kashut. Throne. Cast my go. Is Udiol Feyuz. pogrom, Ulla. Su el Grargi. Samardu el Grargi. Su el Grargi. Udhus.
Alright. I believe that's all the central economy done. Lots of progress this stream. This was a good stream. Even if it's lower viewership than usual. Made a lot of progress on the save, so that's good. We're now in the main part of when I usually stream, starting around 9 p.m. Obviously, the stream's been going longer than that. But if y'all like this type of content and want to see more, feel free to subscribe. It's 9 p.m. EST weekdays. It's my general target to go live. I'm gonna be playing a lot of Warhammer in a month's time. The DLC coming out. Probably gonna pick up the new Star Wars game too, so that looks very fun. I think that's pretty much eco done. I think 5K. quickly look down to see if we can use the 5K for something. Alright. Maypel exploded with rage. Your arrogance astounds me, Elf-Worlder. You bring this monster to our world, battle with him through our most sacred sanctums, a private war that slaughters our best in you. Wait. I used my will. I didn't care. Maple stopped as if stunned, and the vast hall rang silent. I came here to save you and deny Iclon's plans. But for the efforts of myself and my companions, he might have destroyed more than one of your hibernation tubes. I broke none of your laws. I was careful to preserve your codes in pursuit of my word. But do you mean I have brought this monster here? We have made inquiries, answered an elderly noblewoman nearby. Like Maypel, she was ailing with revival sickness, sat hunched on a litter carried by slave servitors. What inquiries, madam? This long feud with the murder icon, 5 years is it now? 6, lady. 6 then. You've hounded him here, driven him, brought him, as Liege Maypel said. Ow. We registered no off-world ship in these past 20 days except yours, Eisenhorn, Carpel said, reviewing the data slate. The Regal Equitane. That ship must have brought him as it brought you, to finish your war here and to darn our lives. Did you choose Hubris because it was quiet, out of the way, a place where you might finish your feud undisturbed in the long dark? I was angry by now. I concentrated to control my rage. Amos. Beside me he was muttering, what silicate dyes do they use in their stained glass manufacture? Is the structure armored? The supports are early Imperial Gothic in style, but Amos, the report. He started and handed me a data slate from his leather case. Read this, Carpel. Read it thoroughly. I pushed it at him, and then snatched it away as he reached for it. Or should I read it aloud for all to hear assembled? To all here assembled. Do I explain how I came here at the last minute, when I learned Iclone was moving to Hubris? That I learned only by astropathic decryption of a cipher message sent by Iclone 2 months ago? A cipher that killed my astropath in his efforts to translate it. Inquisitor, Carpo again. I held up the data slate, report for them all, thumbing the stud that scrolled the words across the screen. What about this? The evidence that Icon had been planning a move against your world for almost a year, and this, gathered last night, that an unregistered starship moved in and out of your orbit to deliver Icon 3 days ago unnoticed by your planetary overwatch and the custodian guardians, or the itemized stream of astropathic communication that your local enclave noticed but didn't bother to source or translate. I tossed the slate into Carpel's lap. Hundreds of eyes stared at me in shocked silence. You were wide open. He exploited you. Don't blame me for anything except being too late to stop him. As I said, you have my sincerest condolences. And next time you choose to confront an Imperial Inquisitor, I added, you may want to be more respectful. I'm excusing a lot because I recognize the trauma and the loss you have suffered, but my patience isn't limitless, unlike my authority. I turned to Carpel. Now, High Custodian, can we talk in private? As I think I requested. We followed Carpel's floating throne into a side annex, leaving a half full of murmuring shocked voices behind us. Only one of his men accompanied us, a tall, blond fellow in a dark brown uniform I didn't recognize, a bodyguard I presumed. Carpel set his throne on the carpet and raised a remote wand that tinted the glass pane, the room at a touch. Reasonable light levels at last. From that alone, I knew Carpel was taking me seriously. He waved me to the seat opposite. Amos lurked in the shadows behind me. Men in brown stood by the windows watching. What happens now? Carpel asked. Expect your full cooperation as I extend my investigation. But the matter is over, said the man in brown. I kept my gaze on Carpel. I want your consent for me to continue as well. Your full cooperation. Iclone may be dead, but he was just the blade point of a long and still dangerous weapon. What are you talking about? The man in brown snapped. Still, I did not look at him, staring at Carpel. I said, if he speaks again without me knowing who he is, I will throw him out the window, and I won't open it first. This is Chastener Ishkig. Wow, that's a name. Of the Adeptus Arbitus. I wanted him present. Now I looked at the man in brown. He was a heavyset brute with a loop of shiny pink hair, or pink scar tissue under one milky eye. I take him to be a young man with a clean skin and blonde hair, but now I studied him, I saw he was at least my age. Chastener, I nodded. Inquisitor, he returned. My question stands. I sat back in my chair. Martin Icon was a facilitator, a brilliant, devious man, one of the most dangerous I've ever hunted. Sometimes to hunt down your prey is to finish his evil. I'm sure you have experience of that. You called him a facilitator. That is where his danger lay. He best believed he could serve his obscene masters. He believed he could serve his obscene masters best by offering his considerable skills to cults and sects that needed them. He had no true allegiances. He worked to facilitate the grand schemes of others. What he was doing here on Hubris, that is a bug on my head, you. Someone needs to get over. Sorry, where was I? It was doing diplomacy with this guy. Who are you? Oh, you're the army. No, screw you. You can't even get the settlement. Get wrecked. You can work in my cats. Let me finish this part real quick. What he was doing here on Hubris to advance and develop someone else's plans. Now he's dead and his scheme thwarted. It may be thankful, but my task is not done. I must work back from Icon, his men, Any clue they left and dig my way into whatever greater secret darkness was employing him. And for this, you want the cooperation of the people of Hubris, Escarble, peoples, the authorities, you, everyone, so the Emperor's work. Will you shrink from it? No, sir, I will not, snapped Garble. Excellent. Bye-bye. Click through all the things. I am thinking I'll stop around 10, so maybe a turn or two left.
Let's get stabby!
Made a ton of progress, though.
Is Wazoo? Doomthaumancy!
I doubt it'll change anything, but yeah, we'll upgrade you. Voliol. No. What? Oh, rip. Ogre laborers can't take it. Obviously, literally the only one in the army that can. That sucks.
Ah, sick!
That was a little awkward.
Absurd! Absurd!
Be able to click my guy.
Sabaratun! Arak!
Don't be dumb now.
Inuvar spal karunthal.
Don't be stupid. I should be able to hack this settlement.
Arzwardugar grafti. Rikkazenum. Dakbin sepu. Ulan sanges.
Is it literally bugged?
Aftramas. Thrinas.
That's stupid. Okay, I'm gonna have to figure that out.
Dukahulan.
Next turn, probably.
Suru garas.
I'm not gonna let a faction beat me because their
Agron.
settlement is bugged out. I think I'll just delete the faction.
Takuasta Elbramus. Migdalasta. Doomskullkey.
What's that?
Zogoth.
It is your last settlement. Wow, we've been at war with you since turn 1. You built quite an empire.
He's a great. Takumkaru. The Fashard Suplas Idol.
We finally destroyed the Darkland Orcs. Wow. After all that time. Pretty crazy.
Gromadrazul. Got Kristas Wadas.
I'm still at war with. Brave. Warbrave.
Soon.
Of course you want peace. Fortunately, you're by the High Elves, which I also have to murder. My quote-unquote short victory win. Okay.
Funa, funa,
It'll march there.
Rick. Teria.
Start marching down the half ridge. Mountains.
Is an unmolok. Afanuskul. Tagrun granan har.
Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 5, 7. I see 7. How many do you have left?
Ula
That's it.
wazak.
Okay, we know where all your settlements are then. Sweet. It really annoys me that their turn was wasted.
Duka ula on the cast.
I'm gonna presume maybe it was a weird zone of control thing. I don't know.
Kals. Ish ul hasut. Bingol. No idea.
That's a dark fortress, ain't no way you're capping it, yeah.
Man eater.
Unlikely. It's funny how there's been a little enclave of civilization in the mountains of Morn. Between the Dwarfs, Bretonia, and Ogres. Also need to kill the Ogres for my short victory, I think. So I don't really, don't really modify that for the old world. I guess if I would have started here as Drazoath, but even starting here as Drazoath, that is presuming you take the Mountains of Morn, take this entire region, and then you take this entire region. I guess makes sense, but that's still pretty crazy. Because obviously, as a Chaos Dwarf, you'll want to expand into up here. South is done. You're fine there. You... I'm gonna teleport in you. Honestly, I probably could bring you over here. Oh, yeah, full army. You're still not connected. Get flippin' wrecked.
This
The
garrison.
Dwarslav. Oh yeah, the flippin' setting up the undercities. There we go. Where's my find? We can leave it for now. the Chaos Dwarf, I should get a special set. I presume that's probably a copy of the other Dwarfs deep concept. This Chaos Borders doesn't really matter to Chaos Dwarfs. IMO. And we don't care about discoverability. It's our territory.
Dormitage! Waddle!
Waddle.
Arbu! Idu Bator!
What could possibly go wrong? Aggressively excavating the world.
Dumskar Key!
Right. When the Empire dealt with, the armies have been moved. They've secured the majority of the South, except this expansion zone. Because bugs are stupid. It's too eco. there goes the money. There we go. Hopefully not done for this turn. I'll be dead.
Yes, boss. What? Nay, boss, nay! Blaz! You're the boss. Can it be quick?
Come on.
You're the boss.
We didn't move anybody.
Moving!
Our father dealt with them. Some weird wasted his movement.
What you want?
Okay, so we didn't do the transfer, that's basically it.
Is up, crew. Subjugate us!
We'll walk over to him, he's more important than you.
Prodni benta grat baragdrel.
Ultimately, sending over. I don't love other Dragoons, like, I'll be honest. And then just don't send those over. We don't need bazookas.
Minu. Dwarimas Dakwas. Warest Denstvo.
Unique building things over here. Oh, really?
Sabarartun.
The Battles of Doom. This is a good second-hand army core to give to someone. Hopefully I like the Infernal Gunners. Could make a tank backline for this. We'll see. Already gone. Where did he go? Alright, one more turn process. Try. See if that's just completely borked. No, sir, I will not, snapped Garble. Excellent. Garble tossed a gold solar form badge to me. It was heavy and old, mounted on a pad of black leather. This will give you authority, my authority. Conduct your work thoroughly and quickly. Ask for two things in return. And they are, you report all findings to me, and you allow the Chastener to accompany you. I work my own way. Beachgeek can open doors and voice boxes here in the Sundome that even that badge may not. Consider him a local guide. And your eyes and ears, I thought. But I knew he was under immense pressure from the nobility. Sorry, other brothers, sorry. Consider him a local guide, and your eyes and ears, I thought. But I knew he was under immense pressure from the nobility to produce results, so I said I'll be grateful for his assistance. Or first, Fishig asked. Down to business at once, a hungry look on his face. They wanted blood, I realized. They wanted someone to punish for the death, someone they could say they caught, or at least help catch. They want to share whatever successes I have so that they can look good when the rest of their population wakes up to this disaster in a few months' time. I couldn't blame them. First, the mortuary. Eklund looked as if he was asleep. His head had been wrapped in an almost comical plastic bonnet to contain the wound I had dealt him. Framed in the plastic, his face was tranquil, with just a slight bruising around the lips. He lay on a stone plinth, the chilled morgue below, Obituary 1. Orbita's Mortuary 1. His brethren lay numbered on the plinths around him, those that had recovered more or less intact. They were labeled bins of mostly liquescent material against the back wall, the remains of those that Betancourt had slaughtered with the cutter's cannons. The air in the underground vault was like cold blue, and frost-covered circulation pumped the sub-zero air directly from the ice desert outside the Sundome. Vishik had provided us all with heat gowns for the visit. I was impressed by what I saw, both dutiful care and attention that had been used to sequester and store the bodies, by the fact that no one had touched them according to my instructions. It seemed a simple enough command to give, but I had lost count the amount of times that overeager death priests or surgeons had begun autopsies before I arrived. The mortician superintendent was a haggard woman in her 60s called Dutrone. She attended us in red plastic scrubs, worn over an old threadbare heat gown. Monstrous Dutrone had bionic implant in one eye socket, and blades and bone saw manipulators of gleaming surgical steel built into her right hand. I have done as you instructed. She told me she led us down the spiral steps into the cold vault, but it is irregular. Rules state I must begin examinations, prelim examinations at least as soon as possible. I thank you for your diligence, Morpheus. I will be done quickly, and you can follow protocol. Pulling on the surgical gown, I moved. Pulling on the surgical gloves, I moved through the lines of dead, nearly 20 of them, dictating observations of Amos. There was virtually nothing here to be learned from the men, but my gauge from the build and coloration to be off-worlders. But they had no documents, no surgical identifiers, blank. Manufacturing tags and labels had been torn or burned off. I could begin a forensic investigation to identify the source of the clothing, but that would be a massive waste of resources. On 2 of them, I found fresh scars that suggested subcutaneous indent markers which have been surgically removed. Indent marking was not a local practice, so that at least suggested off-world, where hundreds of imperial planets routinely use such devices, and their placing in use was pretty standard. I'd carried one myself for a few years as a child before the Black Ship selected me and I was dug out. One of the corpses had a curious scarring on the forearms, not deep but thorough, searing the epidermis. Someone had used a melted torch to remove gang tattoos, Amos said. He was right. Again, it was tantalizingly incomplete. Like the iClone, where I thought my best bet lay. The Mortress's help. I had cut away his clothes, all of which were as anonymous as his followers' garb. Well, that's a great place to end, because I don't feel like playing that battle right now. Looky there. We're on page 55. Alright guys, hope you enjoyed. If you did, feel free to leave a like. If you're watching the VOD, feel free to comment and let me know. I saw some I think a few hours go up on views over the weekend when I didn't stream, so someone's watching. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Regardless, I'll have a good night.